All right. Enabling chat. Refreshing the dashboard. Checking audio levels. Oh, let's pull this a little closer. Checking audio levels again. All right, that's good. Maybe a little further. Checking audio levels a third time. Checking that we can wow. The wow is on. I need some clickbait methodology. Check. All right. Okay. All right, I gotta retweet this one. Hold on. I was, something came up while I was getting ready to post, of course. I have to retweet that one. Any sufficiently advanced magic is indistinguishable from technology. It's true. I'm guessing that's a subtweet about some sort of AI or something. I don't know. But that's actually true. I gotta. Oh, Steve's dad joke of the week. One of the 5. I used to be a heavy drinker. So you quit drinking? No, I lost weight. That's the right way to do it, friends. All right. Okay, we're incrementing the number once again. This time from 6 to 7. We were stuck at 5 for a while. But things are coming together. I'm just making the tweets. Okay, so I'll lower the background music there. Let's go ahead and get into it. We don't need to meetings for nerds and for people that aren't Go Horse. PCI compliance, deep stuff. Well, Elon, I would expect that you would know a lot about compliance and deep stuff. Okay, so I say extreme Go Horse programming. PCI requirements documents on screen. So I was just listening to Prime. I don't know whether it was what he released. It's probably what he released yesterday. It wasn't what he released today. Anyway, you can always tell when I've changed shirts because my undershirt creeps up. If I decide, no, I don't want to wear this shirt, I want to wear the other one, I take the one shirt off and I put the other shirt on, then the undergarment's always creeped up. And it's kind of weird because it doesn't do that normally. It only does that when, you know what I'm saying? It's only when I change shirts. It's not when I put them on. If I take both shirts off, grab a fresh undershirt from the drawer, put it on and put the fresh shirt on, it doesn't do that right there. Anyway, okay, that's not what we're here for. So last night, you know, I was getting tired. It was getting late, and I was starting to think about things too complicated. I was getting too into it, and I realized what I need here is just some Extreme Go Horse guest checkout, and that's actually it's actually kind of true, because I was thinking, oh, you know, I need to do this, I need that. It doesn't matter. I don't have any customers yet. Nobody's checking out. I don't have a live account. I just need to get to I just need to get to the place where we do the checkout. That's it. That's all I need to do. And then the other stuff will come. You know, this is the problem. You need to think about things just the right amount. If you think about it too little, then you start down the wrong path and you make mistakes. But if you think about it too much, then you don't get started until you're already down the wrong path. So you want to, you know, quickly identify, when have I done enough thinking about this? It's time for implementation. Because yeah, you know, when you get in a rut and you're not sure, you know, oh, what should the next step be? That's, you know, you probably need to do some implementation. And that's where I'm at. So I need to do some implementation. Let me get out of here. In the routes, let's see what we need to do. And I might try to use GPT to generate this. It wasn't doing a good job yesterday. So we're actually going to get some by authenticators. We actually might need to do, let's see. I need a special thing. Author? Can we do author for authenticator? So we got authentication, authorization. So auth N, auth Z. Can I do author for authenticators? Authors? That just looks like a misspelling of author. But it's actually authors, yeah. Auths? That's too hard. Auth N, auth Z, auth C, auth C's. I don't know. I just don't want to write out the whole word authenticators. I'm not doing a very good job of Extreme Horse Go Horse. I'm thinking. Authenticators. Okay. And then see, oh, it's terrible. And then getting the capitalization to match right is just, All right, we're going to, I can't do it. There we go. Auth-Cs. Authenticators, that's what it is. Okay. And then I'm just going to have to shorten it. You know, it's too long. All right, now let's get into implementation details. So we're going to go to PG Store, and we're going to create an auth-Cs. And then get these connected here. Also, I'm going to have to move that up, of course. I'm going to have to move this one up, of course. And then I need to create the query. We're going to have to unwrap this, of course. Let's see. And then I got to go figure out what the query is going to be. Ah. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to cross-reference from, and I am going to use GPT to help me do this, but we're going to cross-reference from the credit card. Let's see. Is it credit card or credit card customers? Let's take a look here. Okay, credit card says fingerprint. Then we've got customers. So we need to go from let's new GPT. Let's just drop this one. Boom. Okay. My schema is below. I need to select from credit card customers through customers with a, I believe it's called a left join. Through customers and to authenticators to select with the customer. That's what I need to do. And I'll give my schema. And let me just kind of make sense of this. Okay, so we got credit card customers. We're going to have the credit card fingerprint. That's going to take us through customers. Customers is going to take us through authenticators customers, which is going to take us through authenticators. Let's see. Do we actually need these to be separate? First of all, I don't think type actually makes sense to be distinct anymore. I don't think we need value here anymore. I mean, we could duplicate it. I think the primary key, if anything, would be what? Customer authenticator ID, because an authenticator can be shared. So it can get kind of weird, which is a bad sign. But authenticators can, in reality, be shared between accounts. I can have two accounts that can be accessed with the same email address. You know, it's like, here's a good example of this is DigitalOcean. I have an account associated with my email address, but I actually have that email address. I have a personal email address, a business email address, and I invite other people to the account, and they are collaborators on the account. So I'm the account owner. That's my status. So when we get to that layer of abstraction, when we get from customer to account, in the customer accounts table is where their privilege is going to be, such as owner. So maybe we could make the argument that authenticators customers actually shouldn't exist, because multiple, I don't know, but then there's the credit card problem. The credit card gets shared between multiple people. So it's hard to say. They say when in doubt, refuse the temptation to guess. So I don't know that apply. How do we apply that in this case? How do we apply, in the face of ambiguity, refuse the temptation to guess? We need to make a decision. We need to move forward. We need to have authenticators. We need them to be related to the customer. I think the least guessy is actually to get rid of authenticator ID. I think the least guessy is actually to move these down here. I think that actually makes the I think that makes the fewest assumptions. I think. So let's just move that down here. And then we're going to get rid of the authenticators table because we don't have any unique data about an authenticator, right? I mean, if we just go back and look at this, what it was like. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm saved here. Okay, we're saved. Okay. Okay. So now let's take it back to the way it was when I first opened up the file. Okay, what's unique about an authenticator? Well, we have an ID. Whoops. Which is in the wrong place, but whatever. It's got a type, it's got a value, and then it's just times. And then here, we've got a type, we've got a value verified at, verified for this particular customer. I think this makes the fewest assumptions, is actually to place. I think this makes the fewest assumptions because we're just looking at the way that it needs to be used. We're not assuming we're going to need to use it a different way in the future. So with that in mind, it's just LMNOP, QRST. So ID, authenticator ID, we're getting rid of. And am I still going to call it authenticators customers? Or am I just going to call it authenticators? I think I'll just call it authenticators. And then I think we do need to have another unique here, which is going to be customer ID type value. All right. Okay, so with that in mind, we verify, we update. We're not really going to update this, are we? We're going to update the priority. That's the only thing we're going to update in here. Can't update the ID, the customer ID. Can't up the type or update the type or value. We can only change the priority. And then you're going to, other than that, and then whether it's verified. So, and I kind of like the default priority being the timestamp of when it was added. I think that's good for the default priority. It means the first to be added was, yeah, so we could do priority could be timestamp. Actually, I kind of like that. What if we do priority as a timestamp? Any thoughts or feelings on that? Or just put in seconds there? I don't know. I guess we'll leave it as an int. We can use the timestamp as the int. I think that's good. And that'll be the default priority. And then if we adjust the priority, then we'll try to change it by some amount. That's where it gets kind of, I need to look up what other people's thoughts on that are. There's probably a good algorithm for it. Okay, so this is being rewritten. Why is it being rewritten? Why is it not just accepted as this? Let's do SQL compile on this. All right, that's why. So 11. Oh no, that's elsewhere. Okay, so we're gonna go back into our thing. We're gonna do down, and we're actually gonna get rid of authenticators customers, and then let's just check that we can get this in. So those tables already exist, of course. All right, does not exist. Good. Create table, create function, create trigger. Excellent. All right, so I think this is the better route to go. I think it makes fewer, I mean, it makes an assumption, but it's like the simpler of the assumptions, which is that if you're using it as a resource to log in, there's only one authenticator per login entity. And yeah, and we just want, if we can, we want to prevent having to merge accounts sucks. That's one of the reasons I think that I was thinking to do that, is that merging accounts sucks, but you need to do it very rarely. But, you know, when you want it done, you want it done. So trying to relink everything through the database, say everything that was owned by this ID is now owned by this ID, and oh, there might be conflicts there, that sucks. So I think one of the things I was thinking is, oh, well, if we remove, you know, we put that, abstract that out a layer, but it's a rare case, and we'll figure that out when we get there. I don't think it's going to be that bad overall. Okay, so now we can do the init up, we can do the init down, and I just want to make sure real quick that the init down, I know this goes against everything that we know to be true about Extreme Go Horse, but I'm going to actually, you know, test things along the way. Okay, so there are a number of things that need to get dropped. Okay, I'm going to go back to this one. There we go. And then I just need to substitute now everything with drop table if exists cascade. All right, here we go. And then that's not drop.sh, it's drop.sql. And we'll do the connect, and we'll just do drop SQL. Boom. Oh, did I forget to, every time, man. Simmies, they'll get you every time. Every time. Alright, cool. Kind of glad that I did that. Alright, now we've got no relations. Excellent. And so we'll just bring them up. Alright, let me check. What stream might I refer to see multi-tenanted Postgres? You know, that one got renamed. Let me check it out. But there was the PG... Let me give you the PG Essentials. This is a public repo. So check that out. And actually, I talked about it on stream, but I have not done it on stream. So looking at these scripts is kind of going to be the way to go if you're interested in multi-tenanted Postgres. I'll give you the basics very, very simply. So let me actually cut the music for this. Okay, so in Postgres, there is an HBA conf file. So the remote users are not stored in the Postgres schema. You actually have to restart the Postgres instance in order to enable remote users. Now, there's a few things that you need to know. One is the group is what's most important. There's a group called self-same. So let's say if we were to do these in order, first you're going to PG install, then you're going to PG register service. Actually, you probably wouldn't do that because that one's probably already being done for you. you would need to change probably this right here, the directory where it's pointing to Postgres. If you're not doing a user install of Postgres, if you're doing a system install, then this would be something like user lib Postgres var pghbaconf. But this file right here, that defines, I don't remember what HBA stands for, but the line that you need is going to be these two right here. For IPv4 and IPv6, you do plus the name of the group, which is a variable here, but I call remote users. And then you need the connection type, which is going to be host SSL or host no SSL or host. And the reason that we use host is that we already have TLS tunneling for the routing of the connection. So we're not using the SSL on top of that. It's a plain connection because you don't need to double TLS it, I mean. Anyway, so that's the main line right there, is those lines need to be in there. And then when you add a user, you just add a user to that group, and the database, so database, same user is a special keyword for the database, meaning that for this group, any member of this group has access to a database that is the same name as the group. So the username and the database name are exactly the same. So let me show you how we implement this. So for add user, there's a username prefix. So you actually do have a random component of the user, because let's say that you have a user that has a few different databases or whatever. I think it makes sense to have a random component, because it's likely that in the other layer of your application, you actually will, in some way, shape, or form, you will have this user have something else. So, if you do it yourself, you might not want to have that random component. But so anyway, what we do, let me go down here. We create the database and the user simultaneously. So create the database, whatever the database name is the username. Then we create the role, which is the database name, which is also the username, in the other role, meaning in the group, because roles can be hierarchical. It can be an individual or it can be a group. So we create a role, which is another name for user, in a role, which is also another name for group, with some random password. And then we grant all privileges on the database of that user's name to that user's name. So here we don't distinguish between database and user. Database is the user. So that's the crux of it. That's the key part. Like, clip that. It's probably too long to clip, but that's the key piece of you install, you register the service, add the user, add the group. If you want to change the password later, there's PG passwd that just allows you to change the password. And I should, at the top of each of these, I probably actually should have an example that shows without variables what it looks like, so it's more easy for you to pick up what you want. And then we've got the example connect. Is nothing special about that. That is just copy pasta for you to change out the variables. PG store credential stores credentials in PG pass for you. And sorry, I call it PG PSQL. PSQL backup just does the backup that you're most likely going to want, that's easy to restore on a different database system. Anyway, so that right there, that is how you do tenanted Postgres. It keeps the instances, or it keeps the databases isolated. You completely different permissions. The only thing that the group does, the group doesn't give any shared permissions among the users of the group. The group just says, if I add a user to this group and there's a database as the same name as the user, any user in the group can access the database of the same name. They log into the database of the same name. That way, so this way, every time you create a database, you create a user. So each Each database has its own password, its own token. You never log in as a user and have 3 different databases as that user. But I think that's the right approach. And that's kind of how Heroku does it. If I remember correctly, that's what they're doing. So that's how you recreate Heroku Postgres, you know, in 15 minutes once you've done all the other things to get the money and the customers and all that. All right, so what's up, Vishnu? How you doing? Good to see you again. I think I'm ready now to raise 10 million seed round at $100 million valuation. Oh, you got to be careful. You got to be careful because at the $100 million valuation, you know, you think, oh, I'm just one guy, raising money for a business and I'm going to raise, I'm going to get a $100 million valuation. The problem with that is that now you're going to get taxed for unrealized gains. So as soon as you get your first round of investment, you're drowned in taxes and you have to close your business. Vidang, what's up? How's it going? So that's something that I do want people to understand about unrealized gains. I did a video about unrealized gains, but I actually, despite talking about it for 20 minutes, didn't explain that part very well. I explained it. I didn't use the $100 million number because they're saying, oh, only people that have $100 million in assets, most of which is unrealized, meaning stock, are going to have to pay these taxes. Well, as a startup founder in America, $100 million is going to be your valuation very early on. You know, and you're not going to have any customers yet. $100 million valuation is enough to, maybe hire 50 people or something. Yeah, if you get that $10 million investment, that keeps, a team of, you're talking like 10 developers, 20 salespeople, and then another 20 people that don't really need to be there. Probably like, HR people or something. I don't know. But let's say you got a team of designers. You got like 5 designers. I don't know. However you got it split up. The point is, you bust that $100 million mark very early on in your startup. Okay, now back to the work. Okay. Oh, well, thanks for the like. All right, back to the Go Horse style. So, oh yeah, I was gonna give Jippity my schema. Don't abbreviate table names. Just use the full table name. Oh, you know what? I need to do something else. Let me stop this. There we go. Boom. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Let's see if it gives me... Come on. Let's get going. So what are we doing today? We are doing guest checkout. All right, and let's see if it did this right. I mean, it's great when it gets it right and it saves you a bunch of typing time, and then it's, not so great when it just makes stuff up. All right. This is going to be a little bit easier. Okay, so anytime I see customers dot, I'm going to make that cust dot. Anytime I see authenticators dot, I'm going to do auth_c dot. And then credit cards cust is going to be cc cust. Okay, cool. So okay, let's see. Parameterize fingerprint and let's see. I don't know if it did the right thing here. Yeah, I don't think it did what I needed. I'm probably going to have to just do it myself. Let's see. I'm using Postgres, so you could just do it the Postgres way, whatever. Quote it all and use parameters for Postgres. There we go. Okay, so this might be right. Let's see. So from customers, we're not actually selecting from customers, but okay. But I mean, it doesn't matter where you start from. We're actually starting from the correct place to start from would be credit card customers. But customers ID, customer ID, authenticators, customer ID, authenticators ID, authenticator type is credit card. We're going to parameterize that. Actually, we're not even going to, this is wrong. So we can just get that out. Where and we actually don't care about this. So I gave it too much information and it inferred stuff that's not true. Okay. So group by, we're not actually going to group by. We're not grouping here. I don't know why. I don't know what. I don't know. I was just singing GPT's praises a week ago, and now it's just coming up with crap again. And I've been telling people how great GPT is at SQL, and now it's just coming up with crap again. You know, just like once it works, just stop innovating, you fools. I don't know what's happened, but it's going downhill. All right. All right. We're going to do as cust. As cc_cust, as auth_c, where order by, we don't need any order by here. Order by, or maybe, I guess, order by priority. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this makes sense. Okay, no. That was correct. I gave it too much information and inferred something that I wasn't actually asking it to do. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is we're going to say, I'm going to post a credit card, By virtue of making a purchase with a credit card, we're going to associate whatever is done with that credit card with that user. So, all right, so this is any by credit card. I think that's the correct name. Any by credit card. And it can return many. Okay. All right, so I think we do have the right level of abstraction. As an authenticator, a credit card is only going to be tied to one individual. As a payment method, many different users can use a credit card as a payment method. And if we want to make a special case for it, we can still do that through the credit cards table. So yeah, I think this is good. All right, so any by credit card, that was the name that I selected, and I think that's the correct name. So we're going to go back to lib routes and just by credit card, because we're talking about by credit card as in the table for which the identifier is the fingerprint. We're not talking about credit card as the type of authenticator. And I think that that's going to be clear as authenticators becomes more clear, that will become more clear. So I'm actually going to say this is a good job. All right, what is this going to return? Well, let's go look at our SQL because that's going to determine what this is going to return. All right, let me come back here. What's up, Terrace? All right, have fun. I'm also going to go coding. All right. What does TC stand for? I still got so much to learn. I'm so old. It's bad with everything. I think they can only support one model at a time, so they can't afford to support two models. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. It's just, it was so good. I was singing its praises. I was telling everybody, yeah, I'm on the GPT bus now. GPT is so great. And then immediately after I have my big, I'm converted, then it just goes back to spitting out nonsense. I don't know. What do you do, huh? All right. So what are we actually grabbing here? So customer ID, customer handle, that makes sense. Authenticator ID. I don't know if that actually matters. I think we can drop that. Authenticator type, authenticator value. So kind of, sort of. So what we're going to want to do, and I'm actually going to grab something for this, is we're going to want to mask these. Yeah. This one actually becomes a little bit funny. And that, you know what else we want to grab, though? So we do want to... All right, we're actually going to start instead at credit cards. Okay, and then this one becomes a left join then. So... Okay, it's not going to be CCID. It's going to be something like host card token. I have to go look at the SQL again. Wouldn't it be nice if everything could just have an ID and it made sense and you could just always refer to it as ID? Okay, so this is going to go from fingerprint to host credit card token. And this is going to go from host credit card token. I'm hoping actually, I don't think host credit card token is ever actually referenced. It's just customer ID to customer ID, right? Okay, so credit card goes to credit card customers on what? On fingerprint? Credit cards goes to credit card customers on credit card fingerprint. All right. So that's true. All right. So okay. Credit card fingerprint. And that goes into customers on customer ID equals customer ID. That makes sense. Which then goes on to authenticators as auth.c on customer ID equals authenticators customer ID. Okay, I think that's correct. We're starting with the credit card fingerprint. We're ending up there. But, you know, I also want to grab the credit card last four. And the credit card network. So what verifying a credit card would look like would say, we're going to do a $25 authorization on the card. Please enter in the CVC and the expiration. That's what that would look like. All right. Authenticator type. Authenticator. I really don't want to call this value, but I don't know what else to call it. I kind of want to bring these two together. Nah. So we're just going to have a mask function. We're going to have a mask function for this. Authenticator priority. I don't know that we're going to need that information. So I actually think we want to put in the last four into the authenticator value. Or maybe network at last four, something like that. Last four at network. I don't know. I was thinking that the token should be the value for this, but I think it's actually going to end up being the last four for the credit card. So I think I was wrong in what I told GPT. Anyway. All right, move faster, break more things. I am thinking too much. I'm thinking too much. I'm not doing Go Horse. I'm not go horsing hard enough. I need to go horse harder. Everybody knows it. Okay, verified ad. That was actually a good one to include. And do we need to include the host credit card token? I don't think that we need to include this. I think that that's actually would be a negative. Well, maybe we do. Hold on. Okay, because they're authenticating with the credit card. They're proving, hey, I've got the credit card. But, I don't know. They really haven't proven anything until they get the CVC and the expiration again. So, I want to reveal as little as possible. Because the idea would be, if we were to say, okay, log in via email, you have to go check your email and then grab the 6-digit code. If we were to say, verify your phone number, you'd have to get a text message and click on the link or verify the 6-digit code. If we say verify your credit card, then you need to enter in the CVC and expiration date. So the challenge part, so authenticator value needs to be, I might want to change this to be public key or public value or something like that. The public part, the part that we, you know, it's the semi-public part. So I think that's right. So let's see if our SQL C will compile. Last for does not exist. All right, I challenge you. Obviously the code is correct. Pan last for. Should we just call it last for and first two like that? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. It's an easy find replace. Damn flies. It is cold today. It is 66 degrees. I can't believe it. Holy moly. I'm going to have to put a jacket on. All right, let's do some SQL C compile. Oh, yeah. There it goes. Whoops. I pressed the wrong button. It didn't matter. We're still good? Okay. What up, brothers? Booyah! Yeah, a little SQL C compile. It's good for the soul. Makes your arteries stronger. Decreases blood pressure. Every time a SQL C compile, a fairy gets its wings, man. Okay. So let's do SQL C generate then. And then we need to do I actually need to put these steps in a script. Hold on. Now, where are we putting the TS? We're putting the TS in DB TS, right? All right, SQL C, generate. There we go. That's going to be our ditty. Gotta strict faster. Gotta strict faster. Okay, here we go. Sequel gen. Bada bing, bada boop. Hmm. All right, something went wrong here. This is the dir. Read the dir. Process the entry. I don't think we saw anything about processing entries. So that's not a good sign. Oh, no, it's right there. I don't understand. All right, path, JS. All right, what happened to path? All right, let me try this again. Why? All right, let's see if we get it this time. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. I see what's going on here. That was me being a dummy. Look. I told it, here's where to output the files, and then I gave it the wrong folder. So there is no move step. All right. There we go. It's beautiful. Tell me that's not beautiful. Whoops. Booyah! All right, one last thing, which I don't need to test this again to do this. I might want to just to see it, just because it'd be so pretty. All right, there we go. That'll be that. Now, I need to put a jacket on, unfortunately. Also, I need to make sure my heater is on for my shrimp tank. Because I turned off the heater because it was just so hot all the time. But actually, I think it's getting a little too cold, and I don't think they're going to do well if I don't turn the heater back on. So let's see about that. Yep. Okay, I'm going to turn the heater back on for the shrimpies. I might want to wait a little bit later in the day to turn it on, actually, because... Okay, I got to remember to do this during the heat of the day, because what we don't want to do is take it from 64 degrees and then within an hour have it be nearly 80 degrees, and have all that intense heat, because it'll kill them. They don't adapt well to wide changes in temperature, or so I'm told. The ghost shrimp are out in force today. Oh, my shrimp tank is looking so good. If you haven't gotten into Aquaria, I highly recommend it. Okay, this jacket is way too heavy for the light chill, but it's the one that was on the back of my chair for the last 6 months, so that's what we're going with. See, isn't that so pretty? Doesn't that just make you feel good? You see that coming out like that. All right, there we go. All right, so from here, what are we doing? Now we should have in our DB file, we should have SQL.js. All right, any by credit card query. Queries any by credit card, and that's it, right? Okay, stop making that noise. Let me go check my Daphnia tank real quick. Just while I'm thinking about fish and stuff. Okay, I see no Daphnia in the Daphnia tank. I think it's going to be time to dump that tank and start over. I think that my experiment with it has gone poorly. I wanted to have it filled with algae and then put the Daphnia in there and have the Daphnia eat all the algae, but I think it may have become toxic because of too much fertilizer for the algae or something. I thought they were starting to bloom again because I was starting to see a few more of them, but now I don't see any more of them. So, but if I drain it, leave the algae in there, because I think the algae is good. There's some algae that are toxic and you can't really tell the difference with them a lot of the time. Cyanobacteria is not an algae. It has a distinct look to it, but a lot of the algae all look the same. Anyway. Okay, so here's our queries. Any by credit card. All right, so from here, is it here or is it here? PG Store. Any by credit card. I don't know. This seems kind of like a useless abstraction. We'll see as we go. Might be, might not be. We'll figure it out. There we go. Oh, that's crazy. Cool. Dang. I've heard about this for a long time. I mean, that's not new technology, but That's kind of crazy. But I could see Ready Player One. It's crazy. By the time I'm an old man and dying, I will probably be witnessing teenagers, like, teenagers of the past. It was, oh, I'm going to get a tattoo, right? Oh, I'm going to cut my hair real short. Imagine teenagers of the future willingly killing themselves to join the Matrix. Oh. Thought my neighbor was out. I've got my shed door open right now. But I don't think that Elon is ushering in the this is not going to be the poor people who are blind. This is going to be rich kids euthanizing themselves. That's what this is going to end up being, unfortunately. I do think that genuinely, I do believe that genuinely he wants to help people in this regard. Oh, we need to rename some of these things. I need to name that from auth to auth C, I think. Whatever. We'll leave it alone for now. Remember, and go horse, you don't refactor. Whoops. But you do correct misspellings, I think. I think that's appropriate. It helps you go faster. All right, parameter PG is implicitly any type. I think that we can fix that by saying import PG dot PG. I don't know. Actually, don't know how. How can we see what namespaces there are? PG function, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. What is it? Connection? I don't know. What is the type here? I wish that it would help you understand what the type is. Module.exports equals connection. I don't know. All right, so let's try this. Okay. All right, let me return back to the where that's actually defined. PG equals require PG dot client. So is it just PG dot client? Maybe. All right, auth queries. Let's go look at that again. Oh, whoops, that's where we are. Let's go look at... How's it going, everybody? What are y'all up to today? What are you up to on this fine Wednesday afternoon? Alright, we've only got one in there, so what's going on here? Okay, that one's fine. So DB auth SQL. So we pass in the client, we pass in args. And args is what? Any by credit. Oh. Args is an object. Okay. Holy! You always live! That's right, Hunar. Eat, sleep, and breathe. I code, therefore I am. It's chronically online gaming YouTubers, but it's code. Yeah. Well. Oops. I got it. So I've got to change some things about my cash flow. And I think this is one of them. I think this is going to have a really positive impact over the next year. I really need to get some things changed. I'm getting older. I don't have a very good retirement plan. I've made a lot of money, but I've spent a lot of money. I have not been wise. I did have more savings, but I had a company and I lost it all. And then, by the way, just do traditional companies. Just do bootstrap. Don't be fooled by the investor nonsense. You know, if you, what is it if you gain the world but lose your soul? You know, if you get fooled by the investor nonsense and you win, you still lose. So just don't go that route. Don't get investment. Do it the honest living way. You know, find product market fit, sell to customers, make money, pay for you and your family. I don't think I regret. I mean, we'll see how life goes on, because you never know what your regrets are, because you don't know which lessons learned were the ones that benefited you the most until life's over. So I can't say whether or not I regret it, but I think that it was lessons learned that were, well, lessons learned or lessons earned, or you know, something like that. Anyway. Bless me. So actually, this feels more like a model. This is starting to feel more like a model and less like a store. Because there's some things that we're going to have to do here too. This is probably going to, well, this must come back empty because there's nothing been here before. But let me go back to lib routes. Okay, any by credit card. We don't need to put the credit card here. All right, so we got PAN, CVC. Where's expiration date? That's weird. That should have been in here. When did that accidentally get deleted? Do we have it on the site? On the demo? Huh. Look at that. By the way, in Europe and other parts of the world, they still do the expiration in the format of month/year, right? So, like, your credit card expiration would be something like 01/25. Is that correct for other parts of the world? That's weird. I think I accidentally deleted this at some point. But I shouldn't have. I didn't mean to. Alright, so we're going to have the expiration date there. We could maybe shorten that to exp. I think in context, that's good enough. This is not going to be comment. It's going to be label. I'm pretty sure that's what we decided on. By we, you know, sometimes, I mean, you know, we're just all in this together. Like, you know, I'm sitting here coding, but we're all part of the decision-making process, right? Right? Yeah. I don't think I have any comment. I think the user has or the customer, sorry, pardon my French. The customer has a description, but everybody, yeah, it's just label. All right, exp. Okay, so and then here, I don't think we're actually going to do given name and family name. I think we're going to do card holder. This can actually be a business. It's not necessarily could be John Doe or it could be Acme Inc. Typically, there's no punctuation, though. And then in Europe, do y'all do, you know, other parts of the world, do y'all do postal code when you do credit card verification? How does it work? And then, of course, we got to have air handling. when I can, I like to aggregate errors if it makes sense to do so. If it's, you know, if it's reasonable to do so, I do like to aggregate errors. So if these fields don't get passed in, it's the developer's fault. All right. All right, so what this should be, I believe this is going to be just empty. And we're just going to do a little bit of this. There we go. Eno Imple. Eno Imple, my favorite pimple. All right, there we go. Okay, so this should be good. It should have restarted. And then we can go ahead and... Oh! I was about to make comment on something that I'd love to, but shouldn't. Ah, that sounds so cryptic. No, there's something very specific to where I live. I guess it's not that specific, but specific enough that I was about to say, oh, but I decided not to. I think that is my neighbor, though. Hold on. Let's maybe say hi to my neighbor. What are the dogs going back and forth for? Ah! Okay. So actually, I realized the first thing I need to do is I need to make sure that... Let's see, postal code... Oh, bother. Yeah, I don't like nesting the postal code there. We may undo that. We may just keep it flat for this purpose. And then do the nesting on our side. I think that's what we'll do, actually. We might undo it later. It'll be fine if we do. But the representation for a guest checkout is not really the same as the rest of the representation. You know? Like, the guest checkout is, in fact, an exception. Take it to 99, baby. I lived through the 90s. I'll live through them again. And probably won't. It's kind of sad. Okay. This is exciting. We're closing up. Oh, so one of the things that I meant to put in here earlier that it's kind of interesting is that there can be more than one valid card holder name. So that is something that would go like label. That would go right here. I might want to put the postal code straight on the credit card object and not have to do a lookup to the billing object. It's kind of the way everybody does it. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I need to use that there. So I think I'm good. What is up, buddy boy? My son is here.
No, it's right there.
Now I see the snow on the mountains. Apparently it has snowed on the mountains.
I thought you were muted.
Well, I unmuted because I'm getting back to it.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, I might take a pee break in a minute.
Hey,
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm thinking what's inside this.
Oh,
And then close it back.
okay. Thanks, buddy. Close it back, all right?
Okay.
Don't take my stuff out and then leave it out. And you need to go take your lunch and go eat your lunch.
No, you don't take that. You leave it with Daddy.
Yeah, you leave that one here. Leave that here with me, buddy.
Not Daddy's, Ada. You can put it back by yourself. It's the-
Beautiful little boy. Handsome little man. All right. Okay. All right, I'm getting back to it, Honene. No? I'm not? Do you want me to mute again? All right. Okay, so where was that? I am checking card holder name, comment label. What?
Did you have lunch?
Yeah, I did. All right, checking those details. That's what I was looking for. Was will you please extract him?
No, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. Are you really? All right, well, you close it up then. Okay, so we might have email. We might have phone.
Like this brother, like this. I
Yeah.
didn't know.
I can show you later what I use this for. But it goes into, for example, it goes into the computer, like it can go in like this. And then I could take something and I could plug it in like this. This is kind of a silly way to do it, but just for demonstration purposes. See? That's how the plug can work. It can work like that.
Oh,
Take your lunch box and let's go. Oh. Yeah, say bye, Daddy.
Bye, Dad.
I love you, son. Goodbye.
Does the antenna work or no?
It does. Yeah, I think it's charged now. Let's see. Yep, it's fully charged now.
Oh, now you're gonna play it?
I could. I'm not playing it right now. But one day I'll play it again.
Oh.
All right.
Love you, honey.
Love you, Honene. All right, email, phone, label, card holder, pan is private, expiration is not private, CVC, and postal code. Okay, so those are all the things. The big question here that we all need to be asking ourselves is, does label go first or does it go last? Because I'm kind of inclined to say it goes last. We're doing alphabetically, that would, just be a lot simpler, but I'm kind of thinking in terms of a little bit in terms of user experience. What? Oh, old migrations. All right. Given name. Routes. Where's given name and routes? Given name. Oh, okay. We're not using it. It's just there. Address details. I was hoping to see this. I guess in lib routes. We should have a way to declare what this is. All right, replace secrets, blah, 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 blah. Don't we have it? I guess when we save the card is where we should have that. That was accepting in any before. That's why this is just letting us cruise on through without any validation, because we didn't have any real validation before, which is fine because we're, figuring out as we go. All right, so what we should get is we should be able to see. Let's see if we refresh this. There we go. So we should be able to copy and paste this. Oops, that wasn't apparently a good copy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm not running NodeMon on this. I thought I was running NodeMon. We should not have success. It throws an error. Oh, are we not using Look Mono Secrets? What's going on here? At root, async router. Async router. I might copy some boilerplate from another project I have for this. All right, here we go. Just so we have something to correlate between the logs. And then this would also be a to-do count against rate limit. And then this, of course, we have a nice little to-do. So ideally, you know, if you're starting greenfield, you can create an application that does not have errors. Believe it or leave it. Now, it's something like this, error request handler, or request error handler. I always forget. There we go. It's kind of weird we gotta do it like this, but whatever. Because it's implied, you know. This is one of the possible signatures that gets passed in. Should be, you know, it's... All right, so that's basically how the air handler should work. You know, anything that you didn't prepare a user message for just automatically goes into the short air handler that logs the air. Anything that does have a prepared error message that can be user facing just gets handled in the other flow. So and again, the purpose of the ID is really just for the logs. Or the ticket tracking system or something. It's just something to correlate to say, hey, I got an error message that has a bunch of numbers in it. You know, there's what they are. Okay. So let's try this again. And then we should get an error message. Alright. Not seeing the error message. I'm a little confused here. Let's see if maybe there's something else going on. Like maybe I have a return. Maybe I have an early return or something like that. Routes. Look mono secrets. Maybe I'm not actually using the async router. That could be another problem. Let's just check here. Make sure payments create source. Yep. Async router. That's app. Yeah, at this point I'm a little confused. Payments create source. Did I do something wrong? Async router. Did I forget to call new, maybe? Do I have to call new on this? Nope, don't have to call new on it. Go look at another project real quick. I might be forgetting something simple. But this is part of my standard boilerplate. Yep, router. Use app. Okay. Not found handler. Final error handler. That looks correct. Recres next. I wonder if something about Express has changed in some subtle way that's making this not work. Final error handler. Use. We're going to use here, right? Use. API. And that should do it. There could be maybe something that's so egregious that occasionally you get these errors that happen in such a way that they don't get caught by anything, but I don't think that's what we should be dealing with here. Routes, payment creates source, right? That's what we called it. I mean, just make sure we don't have an infinite loop or something. Oh, HTOP's not installed. Okay, that's correct in both places. That's exactly what we'd expect. It's an async function. It's got recres next. It doesn't... There's no return here. There's no return here. If that's incorrect, it throws. If that's incorrect, it throws. Let's just see. Let's just put some console.logs and see what we get. Check fields. Check fields results. Check fingerprint. Query data. I've seen sometimes, like, say, it just doesn't exist at all. You know, like say this doesn't exist at all. Sometimes weird errors happen. I don't know. So let's just make sure that it could be getting stuck there. Let's check the unwrap. Unwrap and check the query SQL DB. Okay, so whatever's going on, this should give us hopefully a better picture. Query SQL DB. Okay, so something's going on when we go to query the database. It's hanging forever when it goes to do the query. So one thing that might be interesting to do is just log out exactly what the query is. Mm-hmm. That should make a difference. All right, let's see where, what we get to this time. I wonder what's going on with the... that doesn't make me comfortable at all. I don't like that the default failure mode is just to hang. Okay, let's see what happens here. All right, so the PG URL is 80 characters long. That's a good sign that we should be connecting. Let me make sure we're doing it the same way over there that we're doing it over here. That's where we got this from. Oh, await PG Connect. Okay. All right. Never mind. I get it. It's pooling. I understand. I understand. That's valid. That's not... It's pooling the connections. And so it's waiting. It's not doing anything until you give it the signal to actually connect. That's why that's why we've got the problem there. Okay. So that's actually not cause for concern. That's perfectly normal, perfectly acceptable. Yeah, that may not be the best place for this, but it's a place for this, so we're going to put it there. All right, there we go. Hey, Vishnu, you just did a DSA problem. Great. Do you want to tell me about it? Oh, do you want to tell me about it? Okay, here we go. All right, this is exactly what I expected. This is good. Okay, so now we can delete some of that nonsense. Unwrap. Nothing. Okay, that's what I expected. Okay. All right, now I'll get rid of some of those console.logs that are sprinkled all over everywhere now. Glad there was a pretty reasonable explanation. It was connection pooling. It was waiting for the connection to connect. It wasn't airing because it was connection pooling. All right. All right, now I need to go take a quick pee break. I'll be back. And then we'll make the next bit of progress here. I think I'm going to save before I go do that. One other thing before I do that. Is formatting with one T or two T's? Two T's. It took me an hour to solve, but I'm a beginner. I guess it would do better with time. Any advice for today? I don't know. Saw you coding, got motivated, and went to solve one. Lol. All right. Cool, cool. Replace elements with greatest elements on right side. Let me see. I might, destroy all your hopes and dreams. I may not be the hero you think I am. I don't want the solution. No, I don't want the solution. Give me the problem. Where's the problem? Class solution. No, where's the problem? I don't want to look at the solution. Okay, first of all, this doesn't make sense to me. Replace elements with greatest element on right side. That doesn't mean anything to me. Given an array, replace every element in that array with the greatest element among the elements to its right. And replace the last element with -1. So is doing a sort algorithm? Okay, so we're gonna check to see For this element, check all of the elements to its right to find the greatest one. Then replace it with, so replace it with 18. And then put -1 at the end. Replace the last element with -1. Okay, so the last element is not going to have a greatest element to its right. Okay, so then we go to now we're 18. This is a little confusing to me because now... Okay, so if we replace this with 18, and then we move to the next element, it doesn't matter what the value of this element is. We're just going to look to its right and replace it with its greatest element, which is 6. And then now we're going to look here and we're going to replace it with its greatest element, which is 6. Now we're going to look here and we're going to replace it with its greatest element, which is 6. Now we're going to look here and we're going to replace it with its greatest element, which is 1. And now we're here. We have nothing on the right, so we're going to do -1. Okay. I don't understand why this would be useful, which is why it's hard for me to understand, because this is just it seems like nonsense. It seems like baloney. And so it's difficult for me to understand it. But, you know, cuz like give me the scenario where this would be useful, cuz I don't care to solve it because it seems useless. It's not even like a game. Right? Like FizzBuzz is a game. It's a game you play with words. It's a word game. You speak it. 1, 2, fizz. 4, buzz. Fizz. 7, 8, buzz. 10, 11, fizz. 13, 14, FizzBuzz. You know? So I get that. But this, I fundamentally don't get what it's doing. But let's say that I wanted to do this. Let me see if I can do it. For let val equals inputs dot shift. So, okay, actually that doesn't look good, so let's just do it like this. All right, value shift. And then or let's just do this. I guess we could just do highest equals -1. Right? Because I think we're assuming that everything is positive. That's why the last element can be -1. So let's go with that assumption. Okay. Then we do let next of inputs. I mean, it would be best if we sorted this first. No, I guess... Can we sort it first? No, we don't sort it. Outputs dot push highest. All right, let's try this. Let's see if this works. Oh, music's a little cray-cray. Did I get it? Okay. That's my solution. It's very simple. There's no abstractions to it. You saw what I did first was, and I promise I wasn't looking at the other solutions. I don't know if mine looks anything like the other one. I saw that it said solution at the top and I didn't look further. So, you know, I went through it by hand. So that I could understand what it was, because it doesn't make any sense. It's not useful. So I went through it by hand. You saw me do that. So that I could work through in my brain, am I getting the same result if I just do it by hand? Here are constraints. Array.length is less than 10 to the 4. And then value is... Okay. It's greater than 0. Let's see. So 10 to the 100, 1,000. So 10 to the first... 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Okay, so anything less than 10,000, applying an optimization to it is probably going to make it slower. So that's why they're telling you the length of the array is less than 10,000, because if it's more than 10,000, you might start doing some tricksy things. Like you might map, you know, let's say it was a billion. Well, then what I might want to do is actually map these to a list of indexes, then check my index, and then see, have like a sorted list of numbers, and then I don't know. Like I don't know what I would do, but there's probably something. If I was dealing with a billion, there's probably some setup that would be worth the setup cost. Less than 10,000, whatever your optimization is, if you're trying to do hashes, if you're trying to do caching, whatever it is that you're trying to do is probably going to make it worse when you're dealing with something that's less than 10,000. Somewhere between 100,000 and a million is where some optimizations start to make a difference. Or if you have some sort of complex task, you're doing a complex task 10,000 times, you might want to do optimizations. But if it's relatively simple, then that's just not going to work for you, generally speaking. Anyway, so that's my thought on doing that problem. So we need to define our base case pretty quickly. Also, I try to stay away from if it's either a simple for or it's a loop. I don't mess with do while and while do and all of that. Either it's a simple for, it's an iterator, simple for, iterator, or loop. It's one of those three things. So because we don't actually care what this value is, we just throw it away every time. And because our base case is that at the end, when we have nothing, we're going to -1. Well, when inputs is empty, this is going to get skipped. We're going to get left with -1. And then when we're no inputs, we break out of the loop. So there we go. Okay. Seems like nonsense to me, but in the interviews, this is really common. Sad reality, yeah. Not all elements are positive. They might have negatives too. That's not what this says. What's my keyboard? It's gonna make you so sad. I can't find another keyboard. This is the thing. The space bar is this particular width, and I actually remap this key here and this key here. So I've tried to find other keyboards, like cool programmer keyboards. The problem is most of them have the space bar that's either all the way out to here or even all the way out to here. And then they just jam a bunch of keys together right there that are like half width or quarter width keys. And since I actually use this key and this key very frequently, that's my enter and escape key, I have not been able to find another keyboard to try. And the problem with the super ergonomic keyboards is that once, it's kind of like Dvorak, right? Once you go to Dvorak, you're done. Like that's a life choice that you've made. And you never can type on anybody else's keyboard again without first switching it to Dvorak. I mean, I can do a little bit of, hunt and peck for the QWERTY, and I still have the QWERTY muscle memory. If I just programmed in QWERTY for a week, I'd be good again. The muscle memory, it'd probably take a full month. It took a full month to convert over to Dvorak. It'd probably take a full month to convert back. But yeah, you get a custom keyboard, and then how are you ever going to use a laptop at a conference? So I already fumble enough with my custom key customizations. I don't know if I could find one that was more compact that I could just keep with put it in a bag. But most of the super ergonomic ones, they're really funky shapes, it's the standard Mac keyboard. There you go. Apple Magic Keyboard 2 plus Touch ID. Touch ID is not important. The Magic Keyboard and the Magic Keyboard 2 are the same. And the Magic Keyboard 1 is fine. I think, I'm not sure whether or not I prefer this one over the Magic Keyboard 1. It's hard to say. But that's what I got. Anyway, let me get back to I'm going to go take that pee break. Let me see if I've got my console.logs out. Okay. I'm going to go take my pee break. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm not going to be gone for 20 minutes. I'm going to be gone for less than 5. But anyway, I just put up the counter because counter, But I'll be right back. I might grab a different flavor Mountain Dew as well. Here's another thought. One of the problems with screening people for that type of abstraction and that lead code is that you're kind of in a way, and this is something that I've complained about with the hiring processes of these companies, is you're getting rid of all neurodiversity, right? You're eliminating diversity. You're streamlining to one type of person that can think one type of way, and you're not considering the context of what value they bring. It is very cog-like, because my unique value is, it's just not going to be lead code skills. That's not, I want to show a potential employer what value I bring to the table, what I can do for your business, what I can do for your product. I don't want to be judged on my weak areas. And I've told this story before, but one of the great success stories that I had in hiring was I gave a guy a code challenge and I asked him to solve it. And he came back a few days later and he said, "Hey, here's the thing. I'm actually not that good at what you asked me to do. But here's what I am good at. And so I did the project to meet the minimum requirements of what you asked me to do. But I put extra effort into the stuff that I'm good at to solve this other part of the problem that I think is valuable." And I hired him. And he was a great hire. And I'm really grateful I had that experience. Also, he was a vegetarian. And one day I come in and there's burritos on all the desks. And I ask him, and he's chowing down on this burrito. And I ask him, "What's going on?" And he says, "I can't do it anymore, man. After 2 years, I just got hungry." Oh. Those stories are the best, aren't they? Okay. Oh, I didn't grab the other Mountain Dew. I'm going to have to go grab the... All right, I'll be right back. Sorry. It'll just be a second. I didn't grab my other Mountain Dew. I'm going to get some more ice. Oh, the ice is in there is good. Okay. And I'm back again. I jump on and you are on the verge of happy tears telling that story. Yes, I am. Which part of the story? The part where he brings us burritos and tells us that he got hungry? Oh. Because, oh, sorry, they were Betos. If you're not from Utah, you may not know Betos, but there's Betos and Rancheritos. They're like as if a Mexican had created Cafe Rio or Costa Vida. If you've ever been to a real Mexican restaurant, there's a real American Mexican restaurant. There's always 50 items on the menu. And Betos and Rancheritos, they have like every permutation you can imagine of burrito. That's their thing. And they're all disgusting. I mean, they're just filthy, nasty, delicious. And like loaded with like bacon and steak and eggs or whatever it is. Right? Bless me. And yeah, so that just to be clear, it wasn't like he brought in veggie burritos. I think I did say he broke his edge, but yeah, I mean they were like, it was like the nastiest, you know. It's like it's when you're hungry, you know, when you're hungry, you can eat a whole Beto's burrito if you're hungry. If you're a man and you're hungry, I think most women would find it challenging to finish, if not challenging, at least embarrassing to finish a Beto's burrito. But as a man, you know, sometimes you get hungry and you just, but they're so nasty. They're like 3,000 calories of like, you know, and it may not just be the lard. It's also the burritos, like, I don't know, that it's like they're not really this size. But the burritos are ginormous. You can't just, you know, take a bite of it. You gotta work on it. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, happy tears. Happy tears, the best of times. Okay, so what do you need to do is I'm going to go back to GPT, good old Jippity. Did a decent job there. Let's just go ahead and delete that, though. That's not helpful. Okay. Okay. Using the schema from the start of our conversation, I need to write the insert queries for a first time user checkout, aka guest checkout. I need to create, forgive me, pardon my French again. Empty string fields should be coalesced to null. I need to create a credit card record. Let's see. Credit card record. A customer record. An authenticator record of type credit card. The relationships between customer record, a credit card customer record, an authenticator record of type credit card. All fields should be used and parameterized. All IDs will be created at in the application. All fields should be used and parameterized. Empty string fields should be coalesced to null. Let's see how it does. I should have added, let me know if I forgot anything. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should have told... It's okay. I can take those out. I should have told the default timestamps are going to take place. All right, this is good. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Okay. All right, I'm back on Team GPT, everybody. I'm back on Team GPT. We are so back! Okay, so we are going to leave this one out. Or we just put current timestamp. I don't know. I guess that's fine. I should have told it to include let's see, what is this one? Maybe this will go into customers. It just seems like registration customer registration should be all together is kind of what I want. In that spirit of by function, not by category, right? I wonder how SQL C handles transactions. Let me see if the TypeScript code does that. It's not in the code. How about TX? Maybe this is something that's done with the PG driver. PG query began. Okay. Query commit, query rollback. Okay. Then we're going to have a client release at some point. Okay, we can try that. So that's up in the application layer, which makes sense. I mean, there's nothing that we need to do here in terms of returning. I think this is the same thing. We're just doing an exec. Label. There we go. Okay. Oh, by the way, returning is one of the things that I like about Postgres. I'm not sure if MySQL has that now or not. It seems like I did a pretty good job here. Needs an ID and a handle. It doesn't need a display name or a description. Yeah, true that, true that. Okay. Difference between no content and unknown, meaning have you set your description yet? Have you set your display name yet? Yes, I did set it. I want it to be ignored. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that null was ignored in count. Cool. Yeah, I like it. Seems reasonable. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to do a verified at. How's it going, everybody? All right, so verified at. I don't know if we need a customer verified at. I think this was a mistake. I think it was copied and pasted from somewhere else. Is that the one I just wrote? Okay, that's the one I just wrote. I just put it in the wrong place. Authenticators verified at. We should have a credit card customer should have a verified at. Let's see, the credit card itself. We know the credit card's verified if credit card customers shows as verified. So I think that's good enough for that. Oh, interesting. Haha. They got the parameterization wrong. Didn't see that one coming. Oh my goodness. It got the parameterization wrong in every single one of them except for the first one. Because it just decided to count. That's so interesting. Okay. I wonder why I'm not getting the color. Okay, right. Insert queries. Right. Okay. Update queries for right. Update queries for credit card customers and authenticators for this value. Let's see. Trying to think what the value should be. Oh. All right, I think that's what I want. Let's have it. Oh, it's going really slow right now. That's interesting. Alrighty. So there's a little bit of duplication going on here that I think is just fine, which is that we're going to have, when we verify a credit card, there's two distinct record types that we're verifying. One is the authenticator record, and the other is the payment record. Because we're using the credit card in distinctly two different ways. And this is all right. Okay, I think that's good. Explicitly known to not have one. That's good. Let's see. What else was I going to tell it to update its memory about? Okay, let me go manage memories for a minute. I'm going to delete this one. Delete this one. Don't think that's relevant. Okay. Interesting. It's thinking a really long time there. I wonder what's taking so long. Alright, anyway. Let's go ahead and compile these. Doesn't look like we're going to get any errors there. That's great. We'll go ahead and regen. Eh. I wonder when it chooses to apply these memories and when it doesn't. Okay. We've got an error. Unexpected token. Ooh, interesting. So is that because there's something wrong with the query? Or is that some other reason here? Okay, so let's run this again, but we'll need to stop it. So maybe I actually should do this. So yeah, what if I do this? Okay. Cool. So what this does for us is it gives us the ability to look at the intermediate representation here and see if something went wrong here. And it looks like it did. So now we need to see, did something go wrong with the intermediate representation here? And it looks like it did. That would lead us to believe that perhaps we need to use the okay. Was it SQL C, SQL name? Okay. All right, where's at being done? Not exactly sure how this should be used. Okay. Okay. I don't remember with SQL C, they're parameterized like this. Okay. I wonder why it can't tell what that is. It's so dumb. That's... You need to update your memory for that. I guess a lot of people are using this at work and they're doing the same application every day, so maybe that's why they do it like that. Okay, it did not add the SQL C comments on top like I had instructed it to. Maybe I need to do something different. I'm not sure how this works out. There's something I want to try. Now it's over parameterizing queries. All right, let's see how this generates. That's interesting. I wonder why I can't determine that. Huh. Now let's just set this one back to 1. Okay, parameter type 2. What if I just change this to 2 and 3? Now I'm a little bit in the weeds, but... Curious. Very curious, Mr. Potter. Oh, all of these probably need to be updated. Okay, let's see which one's actually failing. Very curious that this one... One together only gave 2 feathers. The other is the one that gave you that scar. Mr. Potter. Alright. Set credit card fingerprint query. Alright, let's go take a look at it. Alright, so in all of these... Interesting. Alright. Reparameterize these queries using SQLC.arg as appropriate. Alright, let's see if it can renumber it correctly. No! Okay. SQLC.arg and SQLC.narg are only needed when the value is computed in some way. Not for a bare let's see how it does here. Teaching GPT how to write SQL C. There we go. The comments to the right describing the field name are whatever. It's superfluous, but we're going to keep it. It's not hurting anybody. Wait. What's going on here? What? There we go. That's correct. Okay. How would you summarize that such that you could update your memory accordingly? Eh. That's not generic enough. That's a little too... Whatever. It'll work. Alright. Probably didn't save me time on that one. But hopefully will save me time on redoing the rest of the queries. Oh, good. And it got the numbering correct. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. The numbered parameters must be continuous SQL C named parameters do not count towards the number. Okay, cool. Now I got it. Sweet. Stripe must be quaking in their boots. Somebody's able to use GPT to destroy their business. Stripe's business gets destroyed by one man using GPT. Lone wolf using GPT. All right. Register authenticator. Wait. Ah, it's screwing things up now. I'm gonna have to wipe its memory banks and tell it to try again. Because this... Now it's doing nonsense. Because look here, it's coalescing. It's not a string value, it's a timestamp value. So it... Like those don't... That's not how that works, GPD. Jippity, come on, man. You can't say null if null for something that's null. It's just null. Get with the program, Jippity. We need your head in the game. Alright, revoked at is just null. That makes sense. Verified at. Yeah, should have... Probably never be verified. Pre-verified. I don't know. It could be pre-verified. But we definitely don't want to coalesce pre-verification. And that's not good. That's not good. Alright, let's see how this does it. Alright, 94. Syntax error near coalesce. Yeah, it's just null, buddy. It's just null. Okay, what are we doing here? Ah! Let me go back to add credit card. Okay. Alright, so where are we? Yeah, we want to coalesce null there. We want to coalesce. Created at, yes. Coalesce, updated at. We do not need to coalesce revoked at, because if it's null, it's null. Alright, Jay, I'm talking to you. What do you want me to say? I got lots of words. We got so many words. If you've got a ear for listening, I've got a mouth for hearing. Okay. Coalesce. Brah! Fingerprint. Okay, at first I was thinking, all right, Jeopardy, your comments are superfluous, but I'm on board. I'm on board. Because this actually is getting confusing. All right, coalesce, create it. Great. You know, I am kind of thinking maybe we just gotta, maybe we ought to SQL C parameterize all of the values. But I think it's going to do a bad job at that because people generally only parameterize when it's complex. I think it will introduce unnecessary complexity. Okay, timestamp updated at, not revoked at. If it's null, it's null, my friend. If it's null, it's already null. We don't need to check and see if it's null and then nullify it. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. A null's a null. Okay. All right. All right. So I think that the host credit card token is what's going to go into the value of, and I think I'm not going to make it a UUID after all. The host credit card token. Oh yeah, I didn't make it a UUID value. Okay, so host credit card token is what's going to go into the value of the authenticator for credit card type. That's final answer, locked in. That's what it's going to be. Unfortunately, that means we have to look up the credit card in order to display what we want to display because we have to show the last four or something like that, but okay. Probably be Visa ending in. If I go back to credit card payment network, can it load this from history? Yes, it can. All right. Oh, okay. Can I reply to this? Write a function that, based on the first two digits of the card, return the correct network. Oh, wait. Hold on, sorry. I should have been more specific. I've already got this somewhere, but all right, let me go give it its own. Let me go re-give it its own thing. I must have forgotten. So let's see if we can do a little better. There we go. I think it's making stuff up though, because This is different than what it just generated. What? Yeah, it's so totally hallucinating. Okay. Okay, that looks a lot better. Cause look at that. I mean, this is totally messed up. I mean, this condition, like, this is not a possible condition. You know, you can't. That's not an if else. Okay, union pay, discover. I'm gonna have to do it from the beginning. We're gonna have to. Its memory gets confused when you. I'm also gonna try this with Brave. I'll have to. Okay, here we go. This is what we need. I'm gonna put that in the repo, and then we're gonna get back to the work. Sometimes Jippity's amazing, but today it's having a hard day. Okay, I'm actually going to move this over to another screen that is set up vertically. What? There we go. Boom. Whoa, that's weird. I don't know how that happened. What is Visa Electron, I wonder? Can we get a credit card check algorithm in the public domain, por favor? All right. How y'all doing over there, by the way? Y'all falling asleep yet? It's okay. You fall asleep. I don't mind. I've got the time. You sleep all day. Okay, verified at... Okay, created at, we're actually not going to change. Oh, no, this is the... Okay, that's the one where we literally create it. Okay, verified at is null. All right, let's see if SQL C will compile this now. Looking promising. All right, good. And zip. Boom. All right, cool. Let's go do a sanity check on this and see what these things are looking like. So that looks good. Values, args, fingerprint ID. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, okay. That one's fine. Sorry, let's go through here. Migrations. Nothing's changed in migrations recently. I'm just resaving them so that if there is any sort of formatting that's taking place. Oh, interesting. Something is reformatting these. I wonder what. I wonder if it's the SQL C compile. I'm actually fine if multiple things end up formatting them. I just want to end up with a format that is consistent. Okay, so I'm going to run that again. See what happens here. In the meantime, I'm looking over... Okay, apparently the Canadians have their own system. All right. So with that all done, now when we look... Oops. Interesting. Look at that. It put all of the... Huh. I wonder what process did that. But it's good to know that for the purposes of prettification, we actually do need to run something. Okay. Now, hopefully, we're ready to move on to the next thing. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, no, no. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, that's good. That's good. All right, verify for customer, verify for authenticator. We're good, we're good, we're good. All right. Then let's go ahead and move right along. And then here we need to not only have... Oh. So we'll have auth queries and CC queries. Let me see what out of DB credit cards. What's the way it's defining these? Right. Okay. So we're going to need to register customer, set credit card fingerprint, register customer. Oh. And we're going to try this one by one to basically try all the modes of failure. So first thing we need to do then is, well, we have this semi-useless abstraction here, but we're gonna run with it for the moment. So what are we doing here? DB credit cards SQL.js dot. Oh, slightly different, actually. Interesting. All right, so I am going to get rid of the first two. Okay. And we're going to change anything that says last four to last four, and anything that says first two to first two. There we go. All right. So with that out of the way, do a little set credit card here. And actually, I want to change that to I don't know. Let's go back to the good stuff. That's just bad. It's just giving junk. Okay. All right. Update the add credit card query to upsert. No. Yeah, whatever. No, I don't want to do that. All right, so set credit card. We need to get the first two, the IIN first two, the PAN last four, the network. Let's see. Okay. All right, we need to go into the main function here. Okay, truncate. Value of... Don't we just need -4? Oh, what's up? Have I seen sequel page? I don't know. Passing here to say good luck to you, man. Thanks. Oops. There we go. Okay, I don't like this actually. Let me see. I kind of want something different. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm going to take it for now. All right. Placeholder. Where's type placeholder to find? To placeholder slice. Identifier expected what? Oh. Right. To placeholder first in. Maybe first in. To placeholder last in. Last in. There we go. Okay. We're not go horsing hard enough, man. 4 hours in. No results yet. What kind of go horse is that? It's crap. That's what that is. Okay. I could do a little bit of placeholdering for the type. Oh, wife's calling. Just a sec. So my daughter is only 5 years old, but already it's very apparent that she is ADHD just like her father. Absent-minded professor. She missed the bus. I'm going to go. I'll be back later. But adios for now. We're going to continue with this when I get back.